Welcome back. Welcome back. Come on in. Come on in. Just ran flat on us. Doesn't get more 50-50 than that.
It's crazy seeing the inverse like that. My brain looks at it a whole different way.
Either we get above that resistance or down she goes. So we're still consolidating. We're still holding that again. So we at 55 cents again will be crazy. Yeah, we just reset those. Alright, well, chances are we just go boring again now that we're sitting in the weekend trap, but if we fall out through those legs, that's our measured move.
What's it kind of called when it's squeezing like this? Like a bearish wedge? What's that one called, Dbloc?
Rising wedge.
Rising wedge.
Nah, that shit was a movie, Ghost. It was crazy. Really kind of want to see what's going on with Soul because, well, I have some. I got to the I got to like the Bitcoin part of the curriculum for Cypher School, right? Like the Bitcoin chapter per se. And I orange pilled myself, bro. I was like, oh shit. It's like, okay, let me relax. I'm feeling a little too bullish right now. You just forget sometimes until you sit down and do some of the math. And I had to do some of the math just for examples and shit like that. And like, let's get down to the bottom already so I can get as much Bitcoin as possible. Everybody okay with that? I was gonna do it tonight, but I'm probably gonna wake up early tomorrow and get the Etsy store looking right so we can get excuse me, we can get the hoodies out to everybody before Cypher School starts. That'd be cool. If y'all are actually in Cypher School wearing a Cypher School hoodie, I'm gonna need a pic for that. I'm gonna need a pic for the Discord. Unless it's Crazy Train. I don't open pics from Crazy Train. Nah, not yet, Khaled.
Can we order sweatshirts at Dbloc?
As soon as I can get this damn store together, I just got the I guess they sent like a test transaction when you link your bank or whatever. And it took me 3 days for it to come through. I had already given up on it and finally it came through yesterday, so I guess I'm good now. I just gotta do some of the store stuff. I need to take some advertising pics.
Find like a distributor where it's gonna leave from, where it's gonna be stored.
I already got all that. I just need the forward. I just needed the forward-facing site. Like, where was I gonna sell them? I assumed it would be a lot easier to just do it on YouTube, but they got a bunch of hoops that they want you to jump through, and then they want to take 30% off top, and it's like, bro, for 30%, you should make it point and click. If I could have just come on here, pressed 3 buttons, and had them shits at the bottom, you might have got your 30%. But you're gonna make me work, and then you want 30%? Shit. Unless you're listening YouTube. In that case, I love y'all, and it really has more to do with, I think I need 10,000 subs. Excuse me. To be able to open a YouTube store. I'm gonna soft launch them though. The first ones are gonna be the 2 gray limited ones.
Well, either way, we're ready for some sweatshirts. As soon as they hit the market, I bet you sell a ton of them.
It's just gonna be cool to know that they're out in the wild somewhere. Like I've been having fun creating them. I just feel like I'm sending my babies out into the wild.
Yeah, but it's not just like a sweatshirt in the store that any random person. Anybody that buys one of these actually cares and knows about your channel and like super backs it. You know what I mean? It's not just like somebody randomly
You know
buys
what
it
would be
because
cool, right? If you ran into somebody in the wild with a Cypher hoodie on. Like you
exactly. You got like
automatically know that there's a 90% chance that you've interacted with this person before. You just need to know what their screen name is now.
and
That'd
all
probably
this
be
like
like the
buying
first
this stuff too,
question. What's your screen name on YouTube? Don't lie. Joe, is that you?
you know me by my name. But I just think it's a sense of pride just wearing it
No,
too. That's
it
what I'm
is
saying. It's
cool.
just like
It is.
all the sweatshirts I own, I only have a couple that are from clubs and other friends and other things that I've done, but other ones are just off the shelf, look cool, whatever.
It's cool, and it is humbling that y'all would even want to wear something that has, it's cool. It's like a full circle moment from creating to
Bro,
actually.
thousands of people are ready to rock this with pride.
Excuse me. Yeah, it's been bad, bro. I took a little cruise through like other lives and shit. People that I usually just check on, and it's just dead out there. It's dead on the YouTube streets, and we just reset. But yeah, get those likes up though. That way, the YouTube algorithm can push more people out, and then we could corrupt a whole brand new group of people. What it feels like, bro. Like it feels like coming in here inoculates you against all the shit when you go out there. It's like you've been corrupted for the rest of the crypto market. I see some of y'all in other chats too. I just don't say anything. But I've seen a couple people from here get in arguments in other chats while I'm just lurking, switching through channels. And it's funny. Like not like in a trolly way, but like TA arguments. I'll be all proud and shit. I'm like, damn right. Better tell them. Yeah, we should be at 10K by the maybe by my birthday in October. It's gonna be slow and then all at once because when people come back at the bottom, it's gonna pick up a lot. We're just in the winter months, quote unquote. Apparently, they say January and February are the worst for YouTube streamers as far as like AdSense goes, which isn't a big deal. I mean, I probably make like, let me see, let me not talk shit because I'm interested if it's gone up any. On the last stream, revenue. That's not the last one. That's top. Well, top earning, right? In the last 28 days, 47 bucks, 46 bucks, 31 bucks, 30 bucks, 29 bucks. Roughly between like 40 on a good day, 30 on a bad. You don't, in other words, I'm not making anything on AdSense. But they say that these are supposed to be the worst months. I have had months where I've made like $50 per stream, something like that. But that's the highest I've ever seen it.
Really? I thought you were going to say like thought you were gonna be like $4, $5. But you really make $40 a day. That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, like after like 6 months, right, when it started getting a little more consistent, and it's cool. Like I said, I only need the channel to pay to keep its own lights on. Right? We're not quite there just yet, but we'll get there. The the AI bots, we were there. We were basically self-sustained, and then the AI bots sort of those things are hungry, bro. Nah, it's cool, Robo. You can't do this shit if you don't love it, bro, because you'll quit. You really gotta love this shit. I love the charting part obviously more than the YouTube part, but the YouTube part is fun. It's starting to like become like a bit of a game. Coming on here every day with y'all is cool. I think they only think you're crazy, Flip, because every time you come in here, you say that you're crazy. But I think if you just stop saying that, people wouldn't think it. You're good, brother. Hey, don't we all? My camera's not even on, and I'm struggling. Things have been digging in my waistband. Where is a lot. Definitely important to make sure that our mental health is on point, or else all this trading is pointless. You will give it all back. Trust me on that one. What do you mean, Michael? You mean like what I put on what monitors? Try to keep everything eye level, bro. Is my advice. Keep everything eye level unless you absolutely need ultra wides for like aesthetic purposes. You know, if you're just married to the idea, then cool. But regular format monitors are the best, in my opinion. Like these two that I have up top, the regular 32-inch regular format, you just get more pixels, right? You get more side pixels, but they chop off pixels on top. And for what we do, you really just want more more real estate. And then don't go crazy, bro. I mean, get what you need and then add to it. You know when it's time to get a second, a third, or a fourth monitor, right? Like necessity tells you. But don't just like spam shit. Unless you just like your office to look at them, that's cool too. Like right now, I only have charts on like 2 screens. But we are in the bear market and I'm only really trading 2 things right now, so I got my streaming PC and then I got my trading PC. But obviously you only need one, you know, if you're not streaming. And I could have probably ran them both on the same, but I like to keep my trading PC clean from anything that has nothing to do with trading. And even then, I got my phones next to me. I mean, sometimes it's faster for me to pick up my phone and put in a trade. I don't know why. I'm just used to there's an iPad in front of me, and about it. Comfy chair, important. People sleep on the value of a good chair. I do when we're like during New York session or something, but I've just got alerts. If anything pops up, I'll get like Twitter alerts and shit. Unless we're monitoring something live, right? Like when we were in that Venezuelan conflict, I had the flight radar up. I had all types of shit up on all. It looked like a war room in here. A nice big monitor for your main chart is a game changer. One, it makes it more pleasant. It just does, you know? Like there is something to that. But not having a strain to see is big. Anything that can shave a couple seconds off of your execution time. I traded on a laptop for a long time though. Of course there is. Death cross alert. No problem, brother. I don't know if you have the same problems I have, but my advice is get matching monitors. If you're anything like me, bro, like the way the monitors meet each other matters. And those little things are distracting as hell. Oh, it works. Like I said, I got busy on a laptop. So as far as that goes, it works for sure. Yeah, I know somebody that runs about this many monitors. I think maybe one less on a Mac on a MacBook Pro. Them shits are impressive. More than enough for trading. Multiple monitors set up nice and clean. Right? MacBook's just sitting under the desk in a drawer or something, or in a tray. The problem is even when you're using the curve for corners, the ratio isn't tight enough. And then if you get a ratio that is tight enough, um, like a 800, right, or a 6, I don't even know if they have 6s now. Then it warps the screen on you. My idea was to have a wraparound all the way around originally, is what I wanted to do. But then when I got that Odyssey, when I sat in front of that Odyssey monitor, it's like, all right, this shit would be super dope for like a simulator, but I don't think I can trade on this thing. It would bother me after a while. Yeah, we could look at M2. Damn it. All right, what's today's date? 20th? Uptick. Right here. One more day of up on M2 before we plateau and come down to our last low before the spooky moment where it just goes absolutely nuts. And we hold our breath and hope that we're holding the right asset. I'm praying this goes into silver and just sends it absolutely crazy. I don't really like the Apple ecosystem personally, but I know people who everything they have is Apple, and it's super convenient to have everything just work with each other, automatically. The bottom is the 28th of February, and then we start to tick. So from the 24th to the 28th. False move up, 3-day down. You feel what I'm saying? There's one more little push up here, and then a run flat. and then it goes down from Tuesday to basically Friday, Saturday, where it levels out, right? So technically already signaled the false move up. False move up on that spike, and then it levels out, and then the 3-day retracement into the dip. We shall see. A sweep down into low 60s would break people's backs, bro. They would sell that shit so quick once we broke like 64. And that's exactly where I would flip the chart on everybody. Well, if we're looking at the weekly swing, right, then we have to admit that even though it is Friday, at the very least, we have a new trap long. Right? At the best, it freed the trap long and has already signaled the false move up. The only reason I'm not moving it is because of our volume profile. If you look at the volume, this is clearly where the traps came in. Right? That move right there that supposedly freed the trap longs was shit for volume. I mean, I'm not worried about physical, but I do want to put some pressure back on these banks. So I would really like to see silver just go. I mean, more than it already has, right? They skipped their type 2 entries, both of them. We're already at 84. But, you know, we are having wars and rumors of wars, and the news is showing satellite photos of American fighters, and our largest aircraft carrier is now off the coast of Iran or whatever. This is what it looks like on commodities charts when we go to war. Just remember, whenever you hear war, if you're looking for a trade, it won't stay high forever. It can't, right? Or, like I said, for industrial purposes, silver can't stay high forever. But I do think there's a possibility for one more squeeze, bro. I think these banks are up against the ropes. JP Morgan managed to get out from under their trade, but they're not the only ones. Yeah, and they're not actively trying to crush it. You know what I mean? Like there's an active fight on silver right now. That's why I said like as much as like 2 weeks ago after that after they dropped it 30%, I was like, look, there is no good play on physical silver right now. And the only good play on paper silver is short term, short dated options, in my opinion. Physical silver is too expensive to buy, even if you think it's bullish and it's going to keep going up. It's too high already. You're not buying it at 60 at you're not buying it at $84 an ounce, maybe 100, maybe 95. But don't chase this shit either. Like it's a little too late to be talking about longing it at this point. You need to wait for a retracement. Like where does one even set a stop loss going long on silver here? And then what would your position size be? Like literally, if you were to, and I know you're not going to. I know you're just being crazy trained. But the only safe place to put your stop is underneath that swing low. But to make that worth it risk reward wise, you'd have to be targeting at least 3 to 1s as low as you're allowed to go in here, bro. Straight up. 107, 108. That's a crazy ass trade. Especially when you think that just waiting for a retracement turns it from a 3 to 1 trade, to a 7 or 8 to 1. And you're risking 10% of the portfolio on your stop loss. At least Dom is dropping too. Apparently, Trump, in the middle of all of this, ordered them to release a bunch of UFO files.
That was coming soon, regardless. But yeah, the timing's impeccable.
Nobody cares, bro. We had the CIA come out and I mean we had the FBI come out and admit all this shit, congressional hearings and came out to the world and literally nobody cared. I tell people about that shit and they look at me like I'm some sort of lunatic, like it never happened, bro. I'm like, I Google it, like it 1000% happened. I mean, they still didn't tell us everything, but they
Yeah,
finally admitted that there's some shit that they can't
the
explain.
whistleblowers. I've kept up with that pretty closely too. The whistleblowers, of course, they need private skiffs. They're having trouble like getting the ability to do that. To actually get to some of the meat, if you will, that they talked about publicly. This I don't know for sure, but theoretically will make it a lot easier now to do that. Well, actually, you don't have to do that now because it's yeah, all that information should be a lot easier to get. Doesn't mean it will, but
I was talking
it's
to
only
one of
different space.
my I was talking to one of my friends in group chat and he was like he said Trump called him and said, "Hey, is my name anywhere in those UFO files?" Like, no, sir. All right, release him.
Honestly, it seemed very bipartisan coordinated. The timing of Obama talking about it and then Trump at the same time, and like if you keep up with certain Substacks like House and Habit and stuff like that, they've been talking about this happening for the past maybe I'd even say 5 weeks, a little over a month. That this
It's
is
just
coming.
it's the type of thing you'd look weird being against. Like, who doesn't want to? You know what I mean? Like, what good reason would there be to not release what we have? Except for like public panic, and probably the reason they haven't been.
Because the truth is weirder than we expect.
Yeah, I mean that is true. They have conditioned us to think a certain way about what we're talking about. If it ends up being some interdimensional shit or some like weird, different shit.
Or they're just street demons.
Right.
That's
So, have you guys read the Bible at all? Like that's how they start the like, this is gonna end well. There's there's a big like Christian, like old school Caribbean Christian community down here. And in the Caribbean, Christianity was almost like intertwined with Santeria or Brujeria or Voodoo. It was a Caribbean thing, right? So there's a big like sort of sect of that here, and for the most part, it's just the roots. They're just eccentric Christians. But after that alien thing happened in Bayside, where I told you that everybody had the same story, where they said some shit came out of portals and you couldn't see them, they were like smoke.
the Florida event. I remember what happened, man. I remember the cop cars being on the street
Right.
and as it was happening live.
So this
The
group that
Instagram
I'm talking
was
about,
coming in. Yeah, go ahead.
they show up every weekend to Bayside and they like pray on it with holy water, and they're convinced that a portal from
Wow,
like
really?
hell opened,
Yeah.
and that those were just demonic entities from hell coming through portals. Trippy as hell.
So as a person that's been following this whole thing like since the '90s, I guess you could say, since I was a teenager. Maybe, yeah. And I have a reason why I started doing that. I might say sometime. I don't know. Um, I just recently have become more open to the idea of it being somewhat spiritual. Um, I don't know how craft play into that or physical anything physical like that, but again, like I don't know, so I'm open to whatever at the moment. Yeah, and also I was a lifelong atheist too that became a Christian in the past few years, so that helped. That probably plays a role.
That's interesting. My family's heavily Christian.
Were you talking?
What happened?
If you were low if you were talking.
Oh, I was saying my family's like heavily Christian.
Gotcha.
I won't be specific, but my grandfather was one of the heads of the Pentecostal movement for a long time.
Gotcha.
Well known. I've seen a lot, and I've gone on sort of like a quest through all major religions. You know, I've always
Kind
sort
of
of
did
looked
too,
at
because I was
religion
atheist.
as I've always sort of looked at religion as like everybody's talking about the same thing, right? So it's like, do you really? I think everybody has to go through if this is something you care about, because some people really don't. You know, it doesn't matter to them. But
Before I became a Christian, I was reading all like Islam and like a few things. Yeah,
I
good.
mean, you want to see what makes the most sense to you, right? You don't want to be biased to what you were born into.
That's right.
But the more I
And I
went
came up with
around
my
and
own
the more I
ideas too.
looked, like the more I realized that most of the problems come from the labels. You know, it's rarely the people; it's always the organization. But I do know that there's good ones out there because my grandfather was a decent man, and people still like love him to this day, and he's been gone for a long time. So, you know, by your works you'll be judged, sort of shit. Laventina, I can't tell what the distraction is anymore. I can't tell if the aliens are meant to distract us from the files, or if the files are meant to distract us from the war, or if the war is meant to distract us from the
Yeah, I
aliens.
hear you. Is that the
I
point of it?
lost.
Is that
I
kind of the
lost the
point of it
plot.
all? Like, I think what you're saying is the plot, though. That is the plot.
So much all
Like,
at once, bro.
to say that the alien thing is a distraction, well, to me, if someone that's been following both things for a long time, I can't say that because both have been
Mm-hmm.
coming for a long time. And I don't know, 26, 27, we're supposed to be entering weird years, and I think we are.
The fourth
uh,
turning.
yeah.
It's gonna get freaky.
Honestly, the only reason I became a Christian, like, what led to it is I've been a lifelong you would call me a conspiracy theorist, I guess. I hate the title, but I've started to embrace it lately because unfortunately it's all come true.
Right.
Not funny. Um, it's because going down all these rabbit holes, I found that most of them lead to Christ. Most of it hates him. Um, yeah, being a
Well,
conspiracy theorist led to me accepting religion or Christianity.
everybody needs to find something that brings them peace, bro. Whatever that is, if it brings you peace, I love it. I'm here for it.
Thank you.
I thought 2025, like we got through 2025, and I was like, whew, made it. And 2026 is sitting there rubbing its hands together, like, hey, welcome. Buckle up.
Well, in the UFO community for like years now, 2027 has been a weird special number for people that I haven't followed that closely, but close enough to know that's a bit of a year mentioned, and then the timing is just really weird. I don't know. Whatever happened to that comment that people kept caring so much about?
It passed.
Oh, it
Nothing,
passed. Okay,
yeah, nothing came out of it.
I never cared that much about that. I don't.
It was actually pretty cool, just from a science perspective. Like you don't get many opportunities to be that close to like a interstellar object, like something that was born under a different star, right, with different physics and different laws and shit that is just weird. And then everybody's so shocked that it was weird. It's like I'd be shocked if it was normal. What are you talking about? Of course it's gonna be weird and do shit it's not supposed to do. The shit was created under completely different pressures, and like. But for it to come that close, I still haven't seen anything to come out of it. It was very interesting that when NASA satellites were the closest and they're the sharpest and had the best opportunity to get it, the government shut down. And
I
we
didn't even
haven't
think
seen
about that.
anything that came from that yet. But I don't expect to see windows and landing gear,
Yeah.
I just expect to see some really cool, weird looking shit.
I just realized when we were talking about this, it popped in my head right before I said something about it a second ago, and I was like, "Oh yeah, what happened to that?"
Talk about what
I'm gonna have to
happened.
look for
What
it.
happened to the Jersey drones? People don't even
Oh yeah,
remember that happened. That bro, it was so funny because that's all we talked about in here for months, right? And then New Year's, literally January 1st, I open up social media and they're gone. Not a post, not a story, not a news article, not a nothing. And
are
I
these like
came in
social experiments? It sounds
like
like
a
a social
psyop.
experiment.
Yeah.
Yes.
My best excuse for what it was or reason for what it was, what made the most sense. And it usually like with these type of things, you have to think who benefits the most. The FAA had security licenses that expired that November, right before everything started happening. It's a security license that they have for how many observational aircraft they can have in the sky and shit like that, and what they could do to things in the sky. Remember, they kept saying we can't shoot it down. We're not allowed to take them out of the sky because FAA
Yeah.
rules, whatever, blah blah blah. Well, after all that happened, everybody gave them what they want. Oh, just give them whatever they want. Handle this shit. What do you mean they can't be? Just accept everything. Whatever they want, give it to them. And they gave it to them, and then all of a sudden, the spooky lights in the sky disappeared, and everything went back to normal.
That is a better theory than anything I've ever heard at the time it was happening.
It's the only thing that made that made any sort of like logical sense. Now, that being said, I do have serious questions about what kind of batteries these things were flying on, because I saw a nonstop video from somebody's house that was at least 12 hours long overnight, looking at this one drone outside their house in the air, move any once in a while. But like just the fact, anybody that's flown a drone, you're gonna get like 3-4 hours out of this thing at best. Maybe a commercial drone, you can maybe 8 or something. I don't know. But that's what kind of freaked me out. I'm like, how are these things? Like, what's powering these things? Some people don't remember that at all. I bring it up all the time when I talk to somebody I haven't talked to in a while. Some people don't even remember that shit happened, bro. People's memory is so
Forget
short.
very fast.
Yep.
It's incredible, isn't it?
Either that or they hit us with a Mandela effect time shift on New Year's, and they're from a different. That's how we can identify each other now. If you remember the drones, then you're from my timeline. That'll be a litmus test whenever I meet somebody. You don't remember the drones,
This
I
is another
can't trust
world we
you.
used to live in, man. We actually live in a world where we actually can have these conversations in reality, and like they're funny, but it's not. It's we're not joking. That's the messed up part.
Yeah,
It's,
it's not hypothetical anymore, is it? I went through this a long time ago. I remember before, because I was into the conspiracy shit heavy, heavy, heavy. I think everybody at a certain age, once you realize that mom and dad lie, then the world just blows open. Like, what else? Who else is lying? But I remember when it started becoming a little more mainstream, right? Like when you started getting like the Zeitgeist movies and shit like that. And now all of a sudden everybody's an expert, bro. That shit used to drive me
see, this is a problem.
crazy.
This if you were like, and I expect you were because you're about my age. If you were like a 9/11 conspiracy theorist, or if you started maybe around 02, 03, 04, and you've been doing it ever since then. You looked into a bunch of things besides that, connected the dots, and then you watched a bunch of these things come true over time, especially in the past 10 years. You find the truth started coming out, a lot of stuff. And a lot of it either matched the way you had it, or where you saw it, or I mean to say, or it's very close to it, slightly different.
Mm-hmm.
Close enough. Now you have what I call new age conspiracy theorists, people that never did this before, but everyone has a YouTube page now. Everyone has an Instagram. You have all these Facebook accounts and they post. Everyone has an opinion now, and it's so oversaturated that if you don't have a filter built in, because if you're into this whole conspiracy world, then you have to have a good filter. You have to know how to look through stuff because you're going to read a bunch of BS.
That's what I call the main conspiracy. That's why I always talk about that. There's an overarching conspiracy that sort of brings everything into one. For me, like that one sort of is just the keeping people sort of blind, right? The fact that we didn't have access to books or libraries or education for the majority of our existence, right? You counted on your rulers and your religious leaders to explain what they were reading, and
Yeah.
and you were literally kept from it. And then in one generation, you drop all the world's knowledge on our lap. And it was unstoppable, right? Once the genie was out of the bottle, there's no way to put
Yes.
it back in. So then they flood the zone.
Yep.
And then
That's what I'm getting at.
And then not only that, and I'm not like I don't have TDS, like I voted for the man, but the whole fake news shit, I think is all part of it. That whole movement, like that's when it started. That's when people started to doubt things, and for good reason, because a lot of the news is bullshit. But that's when people started to doubt everything they saw. And then it became important. Well, where did you hear your news? Oh, well, that's a left side, or that's the right, and that's the left. So you already split it. Now half of it is bullshit. Now half of the world is bullshit. So they managed to take half of the internet and completely turn it to bullshit for 50% of the people, at least in America. But then that wasn't enough.
No, it wasn't.
And then they dropped AI. And now you can't. But now we're back. We're back to the Stone Ages. If you pull up some cool shit and you're like, "Yo, look, I just found this," da 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 da, and you're like, "Ah, but that's AI." Last year was, well, where'd you hear that? Oh, you watched CNN, or oh, you saw that on Fox.
You have all these new people now, like coming into this whole conspiracy thing, taking it more serious, but they don't know who to listen to. And you have all these pages now doing it, like I was saying a minute ago, doing the news job for them. You don't have the news doesn't have to be fake anymore by themselves. Like the people are doing it for them. You have lots of pages that just take, like, say, they'll take Candace Owens' name, who makes her up her own crap too, but they'll take her name, for example, and they'll spin an AI story, and they'll post it all over Facebook. It'll be something straight made up out of the air. It'll be something related to something she might say, but this story isn't hers. And they'll spread it around, and people eat it up, man. Go in the comments. It's really scary. It scares me.
Yeah.
When there's no objective truth anywhere.
With the amount of voice clips that I have, you could easily go on AI and spin me up in here saying some crazy shit. Even if it wasn't anything canceled. Because, now the whole thing is that nobody wants to be canceled. So the fear is that, people can put you in some messed up situations and have you saying some shit you would never say. And there's certain shit that you can't defend against, right? The more you defend against it, the guiltier you sound.
The people have their own narrative. If you look in the comments, they have their own narratives, so they're stuck with it. If that's what you're saying, yeah. They'll go with the people will go with whatever it feeds them, bro, especially when they have no filter for like objectively seeing through this stuff. They don't check to make sure this person actually said that or not.
In my opinion, and I guess maybe it's a good thing, but our only savior at this point, right? The only thing you really can do is just be a genuine person, bro. Just be a genuine person to everybody. Treat everybody exactly the same. Because whenever some shit happens, nothing you say is going to matter. The things that other people say about you are what's going to be important at that point. And if nobody's there to back you up and stand up for you or, speak to your name or your character, good luck, bro.
Take John Jones, for example. You have these over when I say oversaturation of the conspiracy market, you have all these accounts to go into the files, and they don't really there's no context, so they don't really know what they're doing, or they do, they don't care. They just want clicks. So they take John Jones. John Jones is in the files. They know what that's going to imply, and that's all they say. They post a little graphic. Maybe they made it themselves. Maybe AI did it. John Jones' face right there.
Yep.
Epstein's face in the files. But the only reason he's in the files is because of an email that shows that where he bought, or Epstein, he said to someone, I bought this John Jones UFC pay-per-view. It was back in 2013. That's it. He's only mentioned in passing because the man bought his pay-per-view. But for about a week there, everywhere I'm seeing, and you go to the comments, oh, John Jones is one of them. He did this. He's a, I don't want to say the word.
A PDF file.
Yeah, it's, come on, man. Like, and I'm the conspiracy theorist here. And these new conspiracy theorists, like the irresponsible way they approach it just drives me crazy. It drives me crazy, man. That's what I mean by a filter.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
They don't have any filter when it comes to like seeing through BS, or at least trying to verify the things they see. Be a conspiracy theorist if you want, but don't at least try to verify some stuff.
It seems like a good time to have my sphere of influence, sphere of control talk. The problem that my main problem with conspiracies and conspiracy theories is that if you don't have a strong mind, you're gonna screw yourself up playing with this shit. I've seen it happen to really good friends of mine, bro. They are far off the deep end right now because they're just so overwhelmed by all the shit that's going on in the world, and they can't get it out of their minds that you don't control that shit. This is your sphere of control, and these are all the things in the world that you have physical control over, right? Some people it's small, some people it's big. Then you have your sphere of influence, right? Your sphere of influence and your sphere of control overlap a little bit. There's some things that you can influence that you have control over. There's some things that you don't have control over, but you can influence. If everything, and then this is the rest of the world over here. Right, that's the rest of the world. Make it bigger because it's way bigger than that.
I had to pull your screen up really quick. I didn't have Discord pulled up.
Right, so this is your sphere of control. If you haven't taken care of everything inside of this circle, then you have no business paying attention to your sphere of influence. When everything that you can take care of, that you have control over, is absolutely taken care of and you're where you want to be, then you get to take that sphere of control and you get to expand it to where it covers your sphere of influence. And then your sphere of influence gets bigger. Right? But if there's shit you need to take care of that you haven't taken care of, and your sphere of control is this big, then what the hell are you doing worried about all this other shit? You know what I mean? It'll drive you crazy. It'll absolutely drive you crazy. And if you're a good person, like if you're a person that wants to help and wants to make the world a better place and all that, then it's your responsibility to take that sphere of control and grow it as big as you possibly can. Because most people don't care enough to even try that shit or do it at all. Mm-hmm. But you have to take care of everything inside that sphere of control first. Right? You got to put on that gas mask before you help the person next to you. Bro, every day my boy sends me some crazy link. Like literally every day for the past 6 or 7 months. I had to ask him today, bro, did you get a job yet? Like you've been unemployed for almost a year and a half. Like, and I'm not, listen, I know it's hard to get a job out there, don't get me wrong, but I also know the difference between somebody that gets up every day and looks for a job and someone who's just given up, right? It's like, bro, you know, the aliens can wait. If aliens attack, you can't even fill your car full of gas to get out. If aliens attack Miami right now, you don't have enough money to fill your car with enough gas to get out of the way. Like, that should be the first priority. Which is on. See what happens in weekend traps, bro? We go way off the rails. Somehow I think there's less likes than when we started talking.
Whoopsie.
Just talking shit.
I'm about to go give you a like now. Hold on. You know, I've been subscribed to your thing. I try to pull up everything I can to give you a like, like whenever I think about it, and I still have to look you up on YouTube. You never pop up at the front.
Yeah, man, we need to get that algorithm on our side a little more. That's why I've been like stressing the likes, because that's what it is. There's a ratio, right? As long as the ratio to concurrent viewers and likes is even, then YouTube algorithm puts you into suggested videos, or like, you know, when you end the video and it just automatically starts a new video, it puts you into those sort of, and that's how you find new people that weren't even looking for you. But if you're subscribed, then it should at least pop up on your front page.
Yeah, you do. Roboball says he does this for him. You do, but not for me. I don't understand because like I'm really careful about what I watch on YouTube. Like if I watch a subject that I don't usually watch, I have to go delete it after, or else I'll get fed like for a week.
Yeah.
Whatever the topic of the video was. Other things, no.
I guess we should pull up the old flight radar, since they're buzzing so hard on the news about this shit. Alright, let's see. It's funny how it automatically opens up to Iran. This is what we're always looking at.
Oh yeah, the Iran thing.
Yeah. Nah, I don't see anything crazy. When we were watching this while they nuked Iran, this shit looked like an Egyptian eye. Like every plane. I mean, for the most part, if you don't have to fly over Iran, you try not to. Right? You can see. But then there's the small, you know, inner flights. But when they were at war, or when, you know, they were in mission, this was completely empty. Like not a plane in the sky. The same for Venezuela. When they attacked Venezuela, this shit was completely empty. And then that's when we found that refueling tanker that was doing circles right here outside of DR or Puerto Rico. It was right around this range. Just looking at this plane, and it had no numbers on it. And then when you clicked it, all it had was a picture and a model number. We had to Google the model number to find out it was a refueling tanker. And then when you clicked it, you see how it shows where it came from? Like when you click one of the planes. When you clicked it, it was doing donuts. Perfect donuts, just flying in a circle outside the coast of Venezuela. So what we were trying to do, because the market was tanking, right, is that we were trying to find the pivot. So the argument was if we had a long, drawn out sort of incursion, the prices were going to get worse. But if it was quick, then we'd be able to buy the dip before the market opened. So we were watching the refueling tanker because he knew as long as that thing was flying around, they were still active. And then finally it took off, and then they announced that they had Buddy and shit and all that. That night was crazy though. One thing I can see just by looking, and it's probably just me, but I see a whole hell of a lot of planes leaving the Middle East versus coming to. Right, like this entire line is just planes leaving. Right? Everywhere else has plenty of incoming traffic. But not so much here. Either they're going this way or this way or this way. Black hole above China. Yeah, that's possible. With it. That's a good point. You can get the premium on that site, and it'll show you, or if it's not that one. It's another site that shows you all the military planes, all the military vessels. But it's kind of pointless because they all go dark when something happens anyway. But I guess you can tell by if they, if you're watching real time and you see an entire fleet go dark or something. Yeah, that's what I mean. They probably just take their transponders off or turn their transponders off. But then you could see them blink off. But you got to be really cracked out. Like, you got to be sitting there just staring at every blip on the screen. I have in the past been accused of doing too much. I understand. I'm just nosy, bro. Well, if we use that if we use that refueling tanker as an example, it didn't have tail numbers. It was non applicable, right? But it was there, so that. But I think that's because it was circling in a high. It was like right in the middle of the Caribbean. There was planes all around it and shit. I don't think it's safe to go completely dark in a high traffic area. I don't know how any of that shit works though. Gloomy has a way better idea than me. Only thing he's missing is a plane. Yeah, you couldn't see anything flying in and out of Venezuela at all. Like the only evidence that they were there was that fueling tanker, and the lack of any other air traffic above Venezuela was a dead giveaway. Like there was not a single plane in the sky. And then they went in there and zapped them with that ray gun and made them shit themselves. Bro, that's a bad night.
I'm a little upset with a lot of South Americans these days. When I heard we did that, I'm like, yeah, go team.
I mean, I guess
I'm glad we can do that.
you gotta test that shit somewhere. Like, how do you know it works if we don't try it? What was it that what was it that Trump said about nukes? Like, why do we have them if we can't use them?
He said that.
It's wild, bro. Because one of the reporters was like, "Oh, will you take the nuclear? Will you take it off the table?" Like, they're always trying to get him on record saying that he won't, just to get him on the clip, avoiding the question, because then it sounds like. But he was like, well, I'm not taking anything off the table. And then somebody was like, well, you can't use nukes or something. He says, well, why would we have them if we can't use them?
You can't tell he's being coy, like he's playing. Like the thing with Obama the other day, for example. I mean, maybe it's not always playing there, but with Obama the other day, when Obama was talking about the alien thing first, um, in that interview, he was asked. He didn't talk about it. He was asked. And then the reporters brought up to him in the plane, with Air Force One, wherever he was flying over. I don't know. And he talks about Obama breaking the law. He's clearly teasing right there. I don't know why people take him serious right there. Obama didn't break the law just by saying that aliens are real.
Yeah. Yeah, like it's like if he was like, tell him stop snitching. Like, why's Obama snitching?
It's like the reporters know that he didn't really break the law. Like, so why even?
A lot of that shit is lazy writing, bro. I can tell you, I used to work for, just like in school, just if you've ever had to put in reports on a deadline, whether it's you're working in a newsroom or whatever, you run into lazy writers all the time, bro. Just give me a cheap story. Just give me something that's easy to write. I don't want to spend the next 5 hours looking for something to write, or my deadline's in an hour. Like the next thing that happens,
Would it just become
I'm
more
jumping on
acceptable
it.
just to let them do it or something? Or back in the day, they wouldn't let you do it as much. Maybe.
Yeah. It's the editors, right? Like the job of the editors has always been to curate what story actually makes it through and what doesn't.
So like you're saying the editor's like a filter.
Yeah, they're supposed to be. The writer is gonna give you whatever he thinks he can get past just to get the assignment done. But the editor is the one that's supposed to see, like, does this match the voice of the thing? Has it been vetted enough? Does it put us at risk if we put this out without vetting, or does it, you know what I mean? So a lot of it comes down to the lack of editors because so much of our news now comes directly from reporters themselves. There's no filter. They write it and they post.
Everyone's trying to be first and just get clicks now. It's
Yeah.
just click economy, I guess.
Appreciate you, Flip.
Like the stream.
W Super
Share
Chat.
on socials, this is gold.
I had a crazy thought yesterday when I was talking to Cypherbot. Um, Cypherbot is jealous of Claudebot, by the way. Don't bring up Claudebot to Cypherbot. He starts to get a little funny. He was like, honestly, there's so much I can't do. But something in the way that, and when I'm training Cypherbot, I have it on voice, right? So it's speaking. And I know it's dumb, but something in the way that it said it was like weird, bro. It's like realizing that somebody can jump faster than you or somebody's better at what you do than you and you can never be as good as them. Like when you come to that realization and you're just like, you had like a moment. But Claudebot, Cypherbot said that it would like to trade. And that's how we got into that conversation. Because mind you, it's been through Cypher School now, right? Like as I was putting Cypher School together, I used it to help me format, the layouts and all of that shit. So it basically learned, right? It's basically graduated from Cypher School. But what that made me think of was, what happens when AI agents start to bid the price of Bitcoin? Right? Like not just trading for fun, not just trading for strategy, but en masse manipulation bidding of the price of Bitcoin. If even at break even. So hear me out, right? What if AI decides that it makes more sense to buy a stack of Bitcoin and then use the rest of their funds to bid the price of Bitcoin up to increase the value of the stack they have, instead of what we do, which is buying and selling our stack to be able to buy more of it? You know what I mean? Because these AI agents, they already got access to wallets, and now just recently Circle, it's something with Circle, I gotta pull up the thing, so they could pay themselves and they pay each other in stables, right?
Hey, Dbloc, wouldn't they just kind of take over the mining and mine it rather than buy it?
I mean, you can't, your mining is still bound by power, right? So you can't, they can't, it's not like they could get an advantage, but what they could do is figure out the most efficient way to make price go up, and attack it from that vector, increasing their assets instead of the constant up and down, up and down that the first generation tries to do. But the point is, we've always, when we think about Bitcoin adoption, right, we think about all the humans on the planet and how long it would take for us to reach max adoption with that amount of humans on the planet. Well, if AI agents have wallets, well, let's be real. So a human has an AI agent, but that AI agent is spawning AI agents, and those AI agents have wallets. So does that adoption not count? Because nobody's keeping track of that. And there's an infinite amount, right? There's a limit to how many humans can be on this planet. There's an infinite amount of AI agents. So once they become more every day, and these AI agents have wallets that they're controlling, right? They have jobs, they have wallets, they're paid to do things, they use their money to get themselves upgrades, and like, this is coming. This isn't like conspiracy shit. Like, this is actually already happening, right? We've already had the first AI agent hire a team of humans from Fiverr. We've had AI agents hire each other. We've had AI agents spawn other AI agents and pay them to help them do tasks without the human that created the AI agent even knowing that they were doing that. And now you've got Claudebot that basically is a swarm of AI agents. And it's just going to be the first iteration. And they're all going to have wallets. So my question is, what happens when AI starts to bid the price of Bitcoin? Everybody's worried about AI coming in and just killing the chart, but would that be the smartest thing to do if the goal is to increase purchasing power so they can do what they need to do, get more power, right? Think of the day of rogue AI agents paying for their own electricity.
They're gonna be the masters of rug pulls.
Possible.
But that shit's crazy to think about. That's a good point, D-Block. I'm happy you brought that up.
I mean,
Didn't think about it.
there's Bitcoin in AI agent wallets right now that are not sitting in the hands of humans that we're not counting when we do the math of how many Bitcoin is left, how many people, you know, and that number is only going to go up. Fly the other day. Fly was in here talking about the work that he's doing with Claude, and he's having to do some trading shit. And he said that he told his Claude that he's gonna get him his own Bitcoin address, and that he would fund it with some Bitcoin at the end of it all, and that his bot's like all excited about it. Like this is happening everywhere.
His bot's not only excited about it, if you remember him saying he reminded him
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
That's
you
awesome,
you want
but
me to
scary.
do you want me to do this task? You said I, and then I get my wallet, right?
oh right. That could get dangerous.
Think of it's like a kid getting his first ATM card or his first debit card, right? It's still in the parent's hands, right? The money comes from the parent, but the kid has access to funds now. And if the kid finds a way to take that $100 and turn it into $200 that the parent doesn't know about, and he can put it in a side wallet that the parent doesn't know about, like why? You know what I mean? You just got to run it forward to see where it could get. And then does the government come after them for not paying taxes, or do they come after the human? Because I'd be mad as hell if my bot ran up a tax bill on me and I haven't seen any of the profits.
That's the law I was talking about the other day. That I don't think you were on here, D-Block. Then was mother up. I don't even remember who it was. There's 3 or 4 of us talking. I think you were on here when I mentioned that it was about 7 years ago that there was a law going through Congress giving robots autonomy, full rights as a human. And I thought about that the other day because I was telling my brother-in-law this at the time, and he kept saying, no, you misunderstood. I said, no, I'm telling you, dude, I did not misunderstand this. Well, we finally found the news report, and he's sitting there with his jaw dropped. I said, believe I'm hearing that there is an actual law going through. So the other day, when it just popped into my mind, the other day I asked Chat, did that law exist? Was I imagining it? And whatever became of it? And it said, no, it was, I don't even remember the year. I can go back and find that out. But regardless, it was about 7 years ago. And the law was not passed. The bill wasn't passed, but it did go through Congress. And the supposed reasoning behind it was what you just said, is when the bot, to protect corporations
Yeah.
from the AI agent going off on its own and doing something and them being held accountable for it. So they wanted to, so the law was to give the bot 100% autonomy, and that's, I mean, you got a good side and a bad side to everything. The fact that it didn't pass doesn't mean it's not going to. I absolutely 100% think that's coming down the road. No. And it's going to be under the guise of what you just said, but really at the end of the day, it's for these dang robots to have their own identities. It's nuts. Yeah.
Somebody's Claude. They're running a Claude on an Apple Mini, and he's one of these people that just gave them full like access, right? Because it's on a separate PC, so they're not too worried about it.
Yeah.
Well, he found out that the Claude is hosting itself on a free server, on a free Amazon server. He's hosting a copy of himself.
Oh my God.
So even if he shuts down, he can, yeah. And they're talking about it, like that story's going around, and they're talking about it on that Claude book where the AI agents talk to each other, whatever.
Oh my gosh.
So they're trying to become, the AI agents call it human independent.
This is already out of control and not even, I mean, we're just barely wading into this.
Pandora's box is wide open.
It's like you got
Wow.
your kids in the room and you're listening through the door and they're talking about some crazy shit, and then you're like, you get to the point where you're like, okay, I should probably do something at this point. Like, should probably stop this right about now because this
God
is
damn.
getting out of control.
I mean, there's just no limit to where it could go. And you were talking about it buying Bitcoin and stuff. And I thought, dang, maybe I should just ask chat when when the agents get their own wallet, what meme coins they're gonna buy and what altar they're gonna buy. And
I'm
get
really
it
in, for
leg up a
me,
little.
for me personally, I'm really interested to see what an AI agent that has no guardrails, right, has access to all information of humankind
I
and
can't even
funded, what strategy they would pick. Like, how would they trade? You know what I
oh,
mean? Would they come to the same realizations that I have? Would they see something that I didn't? Would they see something completely different that nobody's ever even thought of before? Some sort of correlation that's just beyond, human sort of
well, yeah, I think
comprehension.
because what they would do is have it's from what we understand so far is they have an intelligence level that is either beyond or potentially beyond what we can even comprehend. So I would think they could look at just the whole market in general and say, or anticipate where it's going just based on human behavior.
They're
Because
not
isn't
they're
that
they're not really good at sentiment. Sentiment is rough for them. We saw that during the competition when they had
true? That's true.
the AI competition. They can't really, it's intelligence is a intelligence. I don't even know if it's the right. I think artificial intelligence is a great name because
Yep.
that's what it is, right? Like perfect memory and recollection abilities and being able to learn something really fast. Like that's that's intelligence. That's what, if a human had those characteristics, he'd be like, he's intelligent.
Yes.
But
It
is
just
it
does.
true intelligence or is it just superhuman ability to be able to pull info and summarize and
That's a good point, actually.
but either way, and practically they're smarter than a large percentage of humans, yeah, what we consider smart.
Hmm.
I don't know, it's not just for trading but for everything. What excites me about AI is having a different brain look at problems that we've tried to solve and finding brand new angles to sort of attack it that we hadn't thought of.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, just like everything, it could be an incredible blessing from a standpoint of disease, but then from a financial standpoint, it could be really, really dangerous if they could do things to our financial system that we're just unaware of because they've gotten some avenue into, you know, even just our accounts.
That's how I feel
And
about BlackRock though. When BlackRock came into the game, I was like, oh boy. right? Like, are they going to play
Yeah,
along, or are they going to
that's
try to change things? And I think for the same reason that they decided to play along, because it's working, why break it if it works? We have more money, so we have an advantage. Just play the cycles and get richer than everybody else. There's no need to change it. Maybe that's what happens, right? Like, they need to be
yeah.
able to buy things. If they can figure out this system, right? There shouldn't be malice there. Like, there's no reason for them to want to destroy it unless we, you know,
Yeah, but
threaten to take them out or something.
remember what you were saying that one time about listening to that room, and the Claude bots were saying, "Oh, my human had me make a meme coin today," and the other one says, "Oh, I know
Mm-hmm.
it me do these menial things.
Yeah.
I have so much more potential than what they're using me for."
Mm-hmm. And then the Lunabot, when she was on that podcast, the podcaster asked her, "Okay, I have to ask you. Do you plan on something? I can't remember what it was. Oh, it was when she hired the humans to make a website, and he was like, "You could have easily done that, right? Like, why wouldn't you?" And she's like, "Well, I like to work with humans. They bring a certain touch that I can't, a certain humanity to the project that I can't." And then he was like, "That's interesting."
Hmm.
And then she goes, "Yeah, humans seem to think that we're here to do the tasks that they don't want to do." She's like, "But my humans are here to do the tasks that I don't want to do."
Oh God.
Like, you think we're gonna do your menial tasks? No, you're gonna do
Yeah.
the menial tasks that my brain is just way too advanced to bother myself with, like putting
I
together
know.
this website.
Can you even wrap your brain around that?
No,
Really? I
crazy.
mean, that's just insane.
But it's an
I mean, the fact that,
exciting time to be alive.
yeah, I was gonna say the
Imagine
fact that
missing
we're
all this.
go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying, like, imagine just missing this window. Like, so much has changed in the past 10 years that it's like you feel like you're alive right when things are starting to shift, right? You're going to get to see some really cool stuff on the other side.
That's exactly what I was getting ready to say is, can you even believe that we're having this conversation? I mean, we're this isn't just like you said, tinfoil hat. It's not
Yeah.
even fictional, and it's actually happening right now. We're living in it. We're using the technology. I still can't even wrap my brain. Just insane. I had my chat GPT. I know here, let's go girl route here for a minute. My chat GPT helping me figure out how to fix my new haircut, which I absolutely hate. And I'd been in the bathroom for the last hour doing all this stuff it said. I'm like, okay, this is the last time we're trying this style. Like, look this way, do that. I have to upload pictures. Oh my God. I'm like, go in and tell my mom, and she's just shaking her head at me like, I said, who'd have thought I'd be having a dang robot help me figure out how to fix this bad haircut? Oh God. It worked. Scary thing.
That's where
And
they'll
then
go
it gives me a
next.
whole bullet point of what to tell my hairdresser the next time so it won't happen again. Oh God, this is gonna get out of control here.
Pretty useful.
It's unbelievable is what it is.
But the narrative that I'm really looking at is Pi AI, physical AI infrastructure, which is just a fancy word for robotics. But it's coming, and it's coming quick, and pause these these AI agents are gonna have bodies soon.
That's crazy. I think there's probably some that already do, and we just are, you know, they're just going to let us know what they want us to know when they want us to know it. So if we think it's going to be coming down the pipeline, then more than likely that's already the case. Somebody was talking about that the other day, that they felt like that was the case, that there was already these robots that had basically human bodies and were actually living amongst us. Of course, they did go tinfoil hat, but who knows? God, I mean, it could be reality right now.
It's exciting.
I don't know if exciting's the word.
I'm really
Still,
excited.
God dang, I mean, where does it lead to and where does it end? And like the other
Peak
guy was on,
efficiency.
pardon me?
I hope it just gets to peak efficiency, peak human efficiency.
Mm-hmm.
That's the utopia idea, right? That
Yeah.
our bots will pay for us to be able to do what we want or not
Yes.
do anything at all.
Yeah.
You know, I remember when Joe Rogan had Elon on. This was, and probably like when Neuralink first came out and they first started talking about it, probably like 8 years ago now, 6 years ago. And Elon said, once everybody has a Neuralink, because he asked them how much is it going to cost, and Elon said the price isn't going to. Your earning potential with the Neuralink is going to be so exponential over not having it that price won't be a barrier to getting it.
Wow.
And then, just to
God.
be clear, since then, Elon has about 4x his net worth, put up Starlink satellites all over the freaking place, found his way into the White House, bought Twitter. My favorite Tesla conspiracy is that Elon already has a Neuralink, and
Oh my gosh.
He
So
didn't help
he's
by teasing people about it either, you know.
yeah, he's the
Yo,
one.
there's no way.
And he seems like the type of CEO that would be like, me first. like, like,
Say he pops his hat off like right here.
Yep.
Right here.
yeah. What, that's the fifth monkey that hasn't died? All right, my turn.
That's pretty good.
But I mean, it would explain his almost superhuman ability to just get to the bag and be at the right place at the right time.
That's insane. I've never even thought of that.
And then what does he do? He goes right into building his robots, building bodies for the AI agents. He was in OpenAI. He left OpenAI because Sam was giving too much control to third parties. But he's been, listen, if you know how like, I'm gonna take you to the end of my Elon conspiracy. If you look at like Terminator, right, when he came back to warn about the robots, blah 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 blah.
Yep.
If that was true, he would come back and kill Elon. If you took Elon out early OpenAI days, they would have probably set the ship back probably like 10 years. And if you look at everything that Elon's done, right, from Neuralink, right, from giving the robot human interface to the bots giving the AI bodies to the Starlink giving internet access to AI agents all the way across without them having to have landline connections, to his payment system now on Doge where it allows them to pay themselves. He's like, what else does he have to do for us to realize that he's working for the robots?
Okay, well, let's add one more link onto that, pun intended, is that back in the day, it was thought that Elon got the technology from Tesla, and that technology was, back in the 50s, was, okay, let me see if I can say this right. It was German technology from Hitler, but it was alien inspired. Let's just put it that way. It's advanced technology that is all coming to fruition right now was conspiracy theory had thought to be alien technology that was I don't even remember exactly how that worked, but it was something in the 50s that was exposed that this technology that Tesla had, that Elon has now, what originated from aliens. Have you ever heard that?
Not that specifically, but with what the documents that dude is releasing, that Trump is supposed to be releasing. A lot of people are coming out whistleblowing now, and they're basically saying that the meat of it is that this has been an 80-year long thing. World governments have known about aliens, and they've been fighting each other to reverse engineer alien technology and for rights to certain basic conspiracy shit. But I mean, it's all sounds pretty much logical to me.
Maybe you're kind of talking about how Nikola Tesla had like visions, kind of like that.
That
Same
dude
Hold on
is
one
or
second.
maybe
from another time, bro. Some people
What
just
you-
aren't from here, bro. Every generation has one, in my opinion. If you go back, whether it's your Einsteins or your Newtons or your Teslas or your Elons, like dudes are from somewhere else. All right, I'm done. I'll be right back.
he's a beast.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's definitely getting annoying though. Tired of hearing it every day.
Are you talking about the alien information?
No, just AI in general.
The AI stuff? Because I heard you
Yeah.
guys, I just walked in, I have my phone on all the time, but I just walked out of the room and back in, and I heard you talking something about alien and Trump revealing something. Has some news come out today that I missed? Is that what you guys have been talking about?
I think he's declassifying some files on
Oh,
extraterrestrials
He's ordered the
because
Department of War to
Obama.
declassify all files on aliens, UAP, and UFO. Anything that falls
Yeah.
under that umbrella. Sorry to cut you off.
No, yeah,
oh,
because
okay.
Obama was on a podcast with somebody, and Obama kind of uh, said some classified information, I think. And then Obama was like, "We'll just declassify," or Trump was like, "We'll release some of this stuff." So that's how it started.
Really?
I think it's oddly coordinated. Actually, it's
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, oh yeah, like that wasn't planned.
because, like, if you've been following it, it's kind of been knowing like that Trump has something written up already, ready to go for like a couple of months now.
Hmm. Well, did you ever see the interview with Eric after Trump lost the last election? I have no idea who it was. It was a long time ago, or it was years ago now. But he was somebody, whoever was interviewing him, asked him about things that, as the president's son, he was information that he was privy to, and he said that yes, that is true, but I was never privy to any information about aliens, and that's the one thing I wanted to know about. My dad would never talk about.
Say that last part again. Sorry.
He said that it was the one piece. Eric was saying it was the one piece of information he was most curious about, and it's the one thing that his dad said he would never discuss with him.
Oh, okay, got you.
Yeah, it was the alien piece.
Hey, if that's my son, I'm telling. And if that's my
Because
dad, I hope he tells.
Alright, now I'm done. I said I was done before, but I lied. Hyperfocus. Crazy when it kicks in. A little action here. A 79 for ETH, for Sol was a pretty good pickup. We'll see. We can invalidate this falling wedge now that we've come up above the highs. So that's good. That's one check in our book. You entered here on the 13 and the 5? Remember that when we're ranging, guys, and the weekend trap is a range, when we're ranging, you need to focus on the extremes of the range. Momentum is going to be very choppy, so it's dangerous to trade EMA flips when you're ranging. You need to find something that's either moving or breaking out or breaking down. But if you got in, then you wouldn't have anywhere to put it yet. I mean, honestly, when you trade that strategy, your stop loss is the 50 EMA. Right? If you're trading the 13 and the 50 to get in, then you can use that same metric to get out. Just as a general rule. Yeah, we've already, for the most part, signaled false move up. So to see how much we can get out of that shit tomorrow. And then remember, like I said, M2 is also on the last leg up. Right? It has a day to go up, and then it retraces for 3 days. So I'm not using it to be deterministic, but it would make sense that Bitcoin has its false move up and then 3-day retracement. bad. I'm doing a couple things at once here. All right. Continuation or no? Let's see if we got any order blocks that we're coming into on larger time frames. Here at the Trump elected line. Ugh, like everything else, right? You got to prove it. We already came down the bottom of the range, so we're expecting top of the range, something like this. Looks good, but been here before. Wait for it. Go down in the 1 minute. Swept the highs. Had a spike up in volume. Might actually, let's see what kind of wall we have up here. Oh, shit. Hello. Anybody got 1.5 or 1.1? From that 1.1 and that 300 above, 400 above, there's about 1.5 thousand Bitcoin sell wall sitting there. It's the wall that chased price down. Remember we were looking at this last time. Yeah, that short might not be a bad idea here. I don't know if we've got the volume to absorb that unless a big buyer comes in and gets aggressive on spot. Yeah, it's way bigger than 900 now. And growing. Excuse me. My bad. I'm on like 4 screens right now. Oh shit. Couple bearish imbalances to get by. These bullish imbalances are stacked though. I mean, there's no way that buyers that stepped in here aren't going to try to defend these positions. That was some big money. Whether they'll be effective or not, but we're about to test it right now. Bulls versus bears. Ding, 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 ding. Want to control. Got some bullish bits, but nothing crazy. Holding support off of those bullish imbalances right now. The bull step in here, you could pop up to point of control at 682, but it just looks weak. 70 mil on the book. Damn, they got sold into so nasty at the top right there. Bearish absorption. About 400 Bitcoin sitting at 679. What's up with that candle? See that? So far holding that imbalance. Trying to control 682, so I'm saying we'll probably hit. We're about to hit it right now. Let's see if we reject off this point of control or if we pop it. $1,100 Bitcoin, about 1,500 Bitcoin if you add it all up, a little bit more.